Ba-da-ba-ba. Okay, are we good? We're good, I think. Let me get that right. What's going on, stream? How you guys doing? I hope you guys are well. It is Wednesday, aka the middle of the week. In my neck of the woods, apparently it is the precursor to the end of the world. We are due to get a monstrous winter storm, apparently, within the next, I guess, 24 hours. That's hot. I am not looking forward to it. I guess we'll have to see what happens, but they're saying it looks to be pretty bad, and we haven't had a storm like this in a few years. So that's going to be a problem. Hey, Samo. So I gotta ask you, what is my hair real? No, it's fake. Figment of your imagination. What is the general view on Trump right now in Canada? Okay, so let me give you my somewhat informed and educated opinion. I believe Trump is doing what he can to put the U.S. back on the map again. And what I mean by this is the U.S. bleeds out a lot of money. Now, whatever conspiracy theory you want to talk about, there's a lot of organizations that deal with international business that's shady as crap, but it keeps the U.S. not only in power, but flowing economically because they keep pulling in financial sources from like 100 different countries around the world. Trump wants the U.S. to be more self-sustainable. He wants the U.S. not to rely on going to places like Canada or Mexico or England or Africa or Australia or what have you to get any sort of resources or any sort of materials. Now, with that said, he is more of a businessman and not so much a politician. That can be a problem because he's dealing with, well, let's say he deals with, I don't know, 50 countries. 47 of them are politicians, at the least. That can be a problem. A business person talking to a politician, there's usually some kind of dealing that goes in there. There's no eye to eye, with that said. However, I will say this. I always want what's best for Americans. Always. There's nothing to do with the fact that we share the same continent. I got friends in the States. Nobody needs to be broke. Nobody needs to be homeless. Nobody needs to be up in arms. Nobody needs to be shooting people. There's no reason every country in the world can't get along, but unfortunately, you can't control all the people, right? 8 billion people is a lot of people. You're going to get your bad apples. Now, this immigration thing, I'll say this. I do believe, and it's going to be rough to hear it because we live here, but it'd be no different than if I went to the UK or what have you. I do believe that if you're residing in a country illegally, we have no basis, or the country or state or province, what have you, has no legal basis to justify you being here. Now, I understand it's always rough to hear because we are immigrants ourselves. Obviously we came from England, whatever, 150 years ago, 200 years ago. With that said, today, with the size of the population on the planet, it's rough. It's very rough. There are areas of the world that are very barren as far as the human population because everybody packs into the cities, right? Look at Canada. If you look at a map of Canada, just Canada, not North America, but just Canada, if you drew a line across what you believe would be the halfway point in Canada, that whole northern area, yes, it's tundra and it's winter, it's a rough area to go. But with that said, even the northern half of all the provinces, so on the west coast you go British Columbia, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Alberta, Quebec, Ontario, a lot of those northern areas don't have high population because everybody comes into those provinces and goes to the major cities, which are typically down towards the bottom or closer to the border. With that said, if we could spread people out, either in the States or in Canada or what have you, it'd be a different story. Maybe things would be better, but that doesn't happen. So then you get into overcrowding. Overcrowding is a problem because if you've got 1 million people living in a city and you've only got 100,000 houses or 100,000 places for people to stay, that's a big issue, right? People are going to want to look after themselves. They're going to want to look after their family. So if they got to, break into your house, whether you're home or not, and take a few things and sell it and so on, then sure, of course. However, I'm getting off track here. The bottom line is Trump wants the U.S. to be self-sufficient. He doesn't want, he doesn't believe that they should owe anybody. Now, the U.S. has a really big tab that they have to collect on. A lot of places, on paper, owe the U.S. quite a bit of money because the U.S. has loaned money out to them, and it's not just Ukraine and that stuff. There's probably 20 or 30... Oh, the 51st state thing. Oh, well, okay, that makes a much shorter conversation. I will say this. The U.S. will never go to war with Canada. It won't happen. Trump is blowharding to get a reaction. That's what he's doing. He's hoping people will act on their own. People will not act on their own. Canada is a much-loved country around the world. Never mind our leadership. Canada is a much-loved country around the world, including in the U.S. There's no such 51st state thing. Trump is just yapping because Canada's in the northern part of the continent and Mexico's down below, right? It's the whole thing with the Gulf of America, for example. That's not going to be a thing either. It's been the Gulf of Mexico for I don't know how long. The Gulf of America. Like he knows how to get people riled up. He knows. He's been doing it for years. You ever see The Apprentice? He's done it for years. Google Maps changed it already? Wait, what? Really? Let me see. Hang on now. Okay, so Google Maps. I don't know why it's on Washington. Oh my God, you're right. It says Gulf of America. I didn't think he'd actually do it. I'm seeing it for the first time. That is hilarious, considering if you look at the map, Mexico takes up like 30%. What is happening? Who's Keenan? Thank you. Is that you, Samo? I don't know who Keenan is, but thank you. He's in a guild called Crit Happens. I see him at the bottom of the screen here. Right there. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. That allows me to complete that quest. Yeah, that's a tough call. The Gulf of America. Yo, like what's gonna happen in 4 years' time? It's gonna be a rollback, right? People are just gonna entertain this and then roll it back? That is wild. I didn't know they'd actually do it. Oh, I actually see where Turks and Caicos is now. Okay, I was wrong. I thought it was east of Puerto Rico. It is north. Yeah, they're going to end up rolling it back. That's not going to stay. There's no way that's going to stay. No way. That is hilarious. Much of it is international water. No other country is honoring it. I can imagine. It's always been the Gulf of Mexico. Like always. Now, don't get it twisted. I understand that the Democrats have run the place for the last 16 years or whatever. Last 4 elections. With that said, there's no way. The Gulf of Mexico's been the Gulf of Mexico for 100 years. I mean, when did the Gulf of Mexico become the Gulf of Mexico? When did the Gulf of Mexico become the Gulf of Mexico? The mid-17th century. The mid-17th century. That's the 1600s. That's the 1600s. It's 400 years ago. The Gulf of Mexico, known as the Gulf du Mexique, first appeared on a world map in 1550. 1550. That's a 500-year-old body of water. Come on. Holy smokes. There's no way that stays. There's no way that stays. It can't. It's got 500 years of, it's been around longer than the United States. That's a 500-year-old body of water. You can't just take stuff like that. That's ridiculous. The Gulf of America. I expected to see that on like April 1st. That is crazy. That is crazy. Okay, so we have to go talk to Lyran, who's at the other end of the map. We have those 2 gems, so we need the spinel. How do you guys say that? Spinel, right? S-P-I-N-E-L? Spinel? Spinel would be like 2 L's or an E. Uncut spinel. Where are you? Didn't we have one? Oh, it's over here, right? Spinel, right there. Okay. That's that quest. Hey, Dro, what's happening? While I think the change was unnecessary, it does actually make more sense, being that it's between North, Central, and South America. Yeah, but then you would call it Gulf of the Americas, which makes sense. If it was Gulf of the Americas, I get it. But not Gulf of America. Because if you go, well, America's North America, well, yeah, well, so is South America. So is Canada. But if it was the Gulf of the Americas, or Gulf of the Americas, I get it. Because it'd be the only Gulf in the continent. Canada doesn't have a Gulf. Oh, no, we do. We have the St. Lawrence. Gulf of St. Lawrence. Never mind. Yeah. It should be called the Gulf of the Americas. Is what it should be called. But I can't believe they changed it to the Gulf of America. That's wild. That is wild. That is absolutely wild. Okay, speaking of, let's try and get a few more of these quests done. I was saying earlier at the start of the stream, I'm not sure how the streaming is going to go over the next couple of days. They're broadcasting a pretty serious storm over the next 2 days on the whole eastern half of the country. So apparently we're supposed to get some very difficult snow. And when I say difficult snow, it's going to be wet and very heavy. This is a problem for me. I have a bad back, so not only does it take me longer, but I get in a lot of pain. So I might have a limited streaming schedule over the next few days, depending on how much snow I have to actually go out and clear. Hope Canadians and Europeans start to cooperate more. We've never not cooperated. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Trump is ridiculous. No. Hang on. Let me correct myself. I believe in some of the stuff Trump is trying to do. Now, you guys know, or well, maybe you newer viewers don't, but the older viewers know, we talk about politics every now and then on here, and everything is civil, so I don't need people getting their panties in a twist. But I will say this. I totally understand where Trump is coming from. He wants the U.S. to be more self-sustaining. Right now, it's not. Right now, the U.S. has lifelines spread out all over the world, right? They pull in the resources, they dish out the money, they take the goods. They want to be able to make the goods and get the money back. That's why they're saying things like $59 million went out to, what was the thing I read in the news today? Something about FEMA. FEMA issued $59 million to the state of New York because they were housing migrants in expensive apartments or hotels or something. So they put a kibosh on that to get the money back. A couple of days ago, they talked about how they canceled all this other stuff to get all these billions of dollars back or whatever it was. So I totally understand because he doesn't like war, right? He doesn't like war. This becomes a heated argument. He doesn't like war, unlike the rest of the politicians, the rest of the presidents. So he wants war to stop. So to do that, he's got to bring all his people home. So he wants to bring everybody home, and he wants them to fortify their own border. He wants the military down the south. He wants the military on the east and west coast. He wants military across the bottom of Canada or the top of the U.S. He doesn't want them in Iran. He doesn't want them in Iraq. He doesn't want them in Africa. He doesn't want them wherever they are right now, not in the U.S. He doesn't want them there. He wants them back home. Problem with this is, the U.S. cannot sustain itself without having more manufacturing than it does right now. It's like when you play a game like SimCity. I don't know if you guys have ever played any of the SimCities or even City Skylines, I think it's called. In SimCity, if you don't have enough commercial and manufacturing going on in your city will fail because you're not building the supply to push out to bring in the money, right? It's not going to happen. Now, he's trying to get as many things done as possible in a short amount of time. He's definitely acting too quick. And now, I'm not saying this is something that's going to take decades to get over, but he's really trying. That's why he keeps signing like 100 and some odd executive orders or whatever it is he's been signing. He wants to force the big companies to come back into the U.S. and start building plants here and manufacturing the goods here so they can push them out to the world and take the world's money instead of the U.S. pushing out money to the world. He wants to reverse the flow. He wants to take that money. He wants to bolster the business in the U.S. at the cost of everybody else in the world, and he wants to bring the U.S. up, right? He doesn't want them to be the debt owers that they are today. He wants them to be the, what do you call it? The loan sharks. You know, he wants to be the merchant. He wants to be the dude that pushes the goods and takes the money. He doesn't want to give money. That's why he's stopping all this money. And that's like when he's talking about over in the Gaza Strip, right? Now, it makes sense that out of all the countries in the world, the U.S. would want to go over there and clean it up. Obviously, they want a foothold. If you can put the U.S. in between or in the general area of those 3 or 4 Middle Eastern countries, people will behave. It's going to happen. That's what he wants. Also, they can use that as a quote-unquote landing point to generate money over there to send back to the U.S. Of course, he'll do that. Now, he also wants the Palestinians to be able to move back into Gaza once everything is built. He's expecting the other countries right now to house them until the work can get done. He can get the country or whatever redone. Now, will he do it? Probably not. I can't see that part of the world letting him in there. Now, with that said, there's nobody else in the world that can rebuild that. What do you want? Do you want Israel to go in there and rebuild that? I can tell you there's a lot of people that don't want Israel in there to rebuild it. They would rather have somebody else go in and demolish all that wreckage, get rid of it, break it down, whatever, and then rebuild. That's what you'd want. He said that Palestinians would not return. You're gonna have to whisper me a link of him saying that, Samo, because my understanding is from his press conference, I think yesterday, he said temporarily he's expecting the countries that are housing them now to keep them until they get it rebuilt, and then they can go back in. I haven't seen anywhere where he said they would not return. I've heard temporary and permanently. The permanently is to move back in. Airplane interview? All right, hang on. That just doesn't. If that were the case, then why go back to Gaza at all? Makes no sense. Let me see. Airplane interview where Trump talks about Palestinians not returning to Gaza. Give me a second here, chat. I gotta educate myself. We're not going to buy anything, we're going to have it. He suggested the redeveloped area could have new hotels, office buildings, and houses, and will make it exciting. Suggesting that Gaza could be emptied of residents controlled by the US and redeveloped as a tourist area. The plan would only work if the Arab nation agrees to accept more refugees. Well, that's not going to happen. Religion will come into play on that. The pair met in the Oval Office. Redeveloped as a tourist area. Okay, I thought the Riviera thing was a joke. So he says he would help the Arab nations only if they took in more people. Wow. That is crazy. That's wild. This contradicts what he had said the other day about temporarily moving them out until work was done to have them move back in. Yeah, okay, so I guess I didn't get the update from today. Or I guess from yesterday, whenever he met with, what's his name? Dude from Jordan. Wow, that is wild. That is wild. Oh, dude, Net and No? Yeah. Yeah, I'm not too keen on Net and No. There's a reason they announce an article stating blah blah blah, ceasefire has been issued, and then like 15 minutes after that or 20 minutes after that, they fire a volley of missiles in some part of Gaza and take out like 1,500 people or something. I can't remember what it was. This was like a month ago or 3 weeks ago or something. Yeah, he's a goofball. He's a goofball. It's very unfortunate. So I'll say this: Trump is not to be trifled with. It's not going to happen. People will say what they will about him. He's got good things. He's got bad things. What have you? He went to handle the border. He did it in a day. He went down there. They had the guard all lined up. They put all the wire and whatnot for the time being. He did it in a day. They've almost stuffed the entire path process to get from Mexico to the U.S., which that's great. That's good for America, because you guys need you got to get the bad people out of there. People have grown up with the phrase, you take the good with the bad. Okay, maybe you've never had your kid butchered. Maybe you've never had your house broken into and your spouse assaulted. Maybe you've never encountered a gang that has, beaten you to within an inch of your life. Just saying. You guys have a lot of people down there, and there's a number of them that don't need to be there. Unfortunately, the phrase, throw the baby out with the bathwater. You know, that's the big problem right now is there's no way for the honest and genuine illegal individuals working or residing in the U.S. to set themselves apart from all the yahoos and goofballs that have come in. That's a problem. Everybody in the U.S. knows it's a problem. You got Democrats trying to say, hey, be cool. Well, everybody should be able to be here, and maybe we'll get them one at a time. And the Republicans are like, hey, you know what? They're not supposed to be here, period. Get them all out and let them all come back in legitimately. I get it, but it's no different than up here. We have the same situation here. We have stuff going on here. We have so here in Canada, we have a much smaller population than you guys in the States. We're about a tenth of the population. You guys are 400 million people. We're 40 million people. It's rough numbers. With that said, up here, we have a really bad human trafficking problem. Really bad for the population that we have. Really bad. We have a whole bunch of natives that are having a whole lot of issues over the last, 200 years that have just come to light, and it's still happening today en masse, more so than anywhere else in North America. It's a big problem, and these bad apples need to go. But how do you do it? How do you do it? Any one of you in chat, give me your 100% way of how you fix this. You can't. It's impossible. Even genuine people can be shady, right? Like it's very, very tricky. But the one thing they know how to do, they know how to take those people that aren't supposed to be here and get them out, regardless of whether it's a kid, a parent, a grandparent, what have you. Doesn't matter. Splitting up families. What is it? What's the rule? If you're born in the U.S., you're an American citizen, regardless of your family. But if your family wasn't born in the U.S. and they're there illegally, out they go. Like, it's a very tough situation. And again, like I said, there's no need for any of us to get our panties in a twist. This is a conversation, right? So it's very, very difficult. Now, however, we're only speaking about North America. Let me tell you something. As somebody who reads world news every day and has for the last 18 years, 19 years, go read another country. I'll wait. Take 10 minutes right now and go to the UK, go to The Guardian, and read about what's going on in the UK. We're all talking from here. I'm talking from Canada. You're talking from the US. There's 200 countries in the world. Go see those other countries and see what's going on. It's going to make you sit back and go, I guess really I'm only caring about my own place. Which means if people are there illegally, it's not their place, right? That's the problem. We get all centered on our area. Canadians focus on Canada. Americans focus on America. Mexicans focus on Mexico. The British focus on the UK. Everybody has nightmare scenarios. Some places don't. But every country, there are people in other parts of the world right now having the same conversation we are. Because they have problems. And they have it worse than we do. Well, and that's just it, Samo. We don't know, right? Like you can have your feelings and your opinions, and this 400 million people, other people, can have their feelings and opinions. But until the work is done, we don't know. Like, we as people can automatically assume, okay, Americans are not doing the farming jobs, right? Low pay, high labor. That's typically immigrants working on farms, picking strawberries, blueberries, potatoes, chicken, whatever. I get it. You move all those people out of the way, you've got nobody going in to fill those spots. Do I think genuine Americans are going to want to step up and take those positions? No, because they would have. I get it. You can't win. There is no, it doesn't matter whether it's Biden, whether Kamala Harris is in power, whether Arnold Schwarzenegger is in power, whether Dr. Phil is in power. There is no way to stabilize the country in its current state by moving a bunch of people out regardless. General Americans are not going to step up and take the jobs. We have that problem here. We have people here in Canada that don't work. They come up with excuses to collect money from the government, and I say this because I've worked all my life. I've been working since I was 13 years old. That's facts. We've got people here who are fully capable of doing my job 10 times over, and they sit on their ass in their living room and watch TV and buy alcohol and junk food and collect their check every 2 weeks because they've found a way to slip up with the government. What's my opinion on that? Get to work. That's my opinion. But that's what I'm saying. All of us have our own opinions. All of us. All of us have our own opinions on this stuff. The people that make the decisions have to do what they feel is best. And speaking of America, so you have Donald Trump in office right now. Look at Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan went in. Ronald Reagan was an actor. There's still a lot of Americans who don't know that. Ronald Reagan was a TV actor, a movie actor. And he went and he ended up getting the popular vote and ended up becoming the president. You look at someone like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Arnold Schwarzenegger wasn't an American. He comes from Austria. He ended up being governor of California. He cleaned that place up. That place was on the up and up when he was in power. It's only towards the end when, what's his name came in after him, that they started blocking what Schwarzenegger wanted to do because they want to pick up what he had done and then, kiss ass and try to make themselves look good. Unfortunately, it didn't work. And we see where California is today. Now, that's neither here nor there. That's just an example. People voted him in. People want something different. America wanted something different. I'm just a Canadian. I know Donald Trump from The Apprentice. I know Donald Trump from seeing him on the news when I was a kid because he would build these buildings with giant gold letters in the front of the building. He's a businessman. He's not a politician. I'm a salesman. I've been a salesperson for 3 decades. I know what it is to sell people. I know how to sell people on stuff. I know what he's doing. I'm not saying he's a win-win, but some of the stuff he's doing has worked for America. All the stuff he's doing right now is not going to work for America, but America will have to adjust. Just like every other country in the world does it. Look when Greece went bankrupt and a lot of the Greek population left Greece and went into Europe, and Europe's like, whoa, wait a minute. You're not coming in here. We already got too many people. You guys need to go over to that country. And then all those people that flooded from the UAE, and they ended up going up into Europe and over into Africa. And even they were like, nah, wait a minute, where you going? Nope, go over there. And then Germany took on more than they could, and it's been a disaster there as well. There's just... The bottom line is this. You guys have your political system, just like we have ours. The majority of people in your neck of the woods voted this individual in. So you guys wanted, and you might not have wanted this to happen, but a whole lot of people did. You have to wait and see what happens. You have to wait and see what happens. That's all we can do. Anything that changes in life takes time. You lose a family member. You're going to be sad. You're going to be mad. You're going to be sad for more than likely a long time. But over time, you will get numb to it. You will get adjusted to it. I know because it's happened to just about everybody that I know in life. This is the same thing. The problem is a lot of people got to go through a lot of struggle before we see where we come out at the other end of the tunnel. Now, with that said, he's only got 4 years, so we don't know what's going to happen 3 years from now. Like, we don't know who's going to go in for the Democrats. We don't know if the Democrats are going to shape up and actually start being more honest with the population. Right now, Democrats have a really bad taste in a lot of people's mouths, and I totally get it because I understand that the people have been lied to for who knows how many years about Biden's mental health, the state of the country, the individuals in Congress, how money is made, how the rich keep getting richer at the expense of the poor. It's politics. Politics is God. Politics is necessary, but it's not. What's the word I'm looking for? Politics is necessary, but it's not all, I guess, rainbows and unicorns. That's how, and that's like political streamers that get on here and start talking, and they voice these opinions and pull in all these different articles, and then they start losing their mind and getting worked up and yelling on the microphone and saying half dumb shit because they don't educate themselves enough. I'm just saying, I'm only speaking on what I know. And what I know, you would ask me what my impression was of Trump going into office, and I can safely say this. He's not trying to ruin the country. That is not in his interest. People might think that he's going to blow the country up. That's not why he's in there. He's in there because he's treating the U.S. like an asset. He needs his asset to be as valuable as possible. And right now, it's not very valuable. People aren't looking at the U.S. with awe, and he wants to change that. He wants people to look at the U.S. like they did in the 80s. The land of opportunity, the land of come and live the American dream. The whole point of the American dream was blown up like from, 1955 to 1987, 88? So that's what he wants. He wants America the way it was back in the 80s. That's what he wants. He wants that glamorous, everything works everywheres, nobody has access to the internet, nobody knows what's going on in the next city over because all they have is their local newspaper and their local news. That's what he wants. The internet's a crazy thing because I love the internet. From the first day the internet went live, I knew what I was going to be able to do with the internet. It's fantastic. The problem is getting access to the internet gave you access to everybody else in the world. That's a problem because now you're not just comparing with 100 people in your neighborhood. You're comparing with, 3 point something billion people that have internet access, I guess, in the world. So, people will do what people do. You can't just blame Trump. There's way more people than Trump involved in this. There are politicians and there are government officials in all 50 states. There's general population in all 50 states. It would be a different story if you guys didn't have 400 million people. If you guys had 40 million people, it'd be a different story. Definitely. But that's not the case. You have 400 million people to deal with. Look at India. Go to India. Travel to India for 3 weeks. Let me know how you make out in India. You want to talk about crowded? I've had coworkers go over there. I've got 2 coworkers that go over twice a year, and they've done it for, I think, the last 9 years or 10 years to visit family. The footage they come home with, and everybody is like standing, like, it's crowded over there. You think there's an issue here in the U.S.? You think there's an issue in Canada? I'm not even sweating it, man. I've seen the situations in India. But we speak on what we know, right? Americans are going to have their opinions about America. Canadians are going to have their opinions about Canada. Canadians can't do anything about America. Americans can't do anything about Canada. We just have to be here. Hey, Nate, what's going on? How you doing, man? So yeah, I tend to look at myself as a very open person. I believe that everybody should be cool. I don't like war. Now, mind you, I'm not going to be a hippie and say, hey man, all's peace. Everybody needs to grab hands and sing Kumbaya. I'm not going to say that. If there's some jackasses, mutilating people on the other side of the planet, let's remove them from the equation. No rehabilitation. Just remove them. Just remove them. That's all. That's all I'm saying. Like, it's common sense. But the problem is, like I said, in America, you're dealing with 400 million people in a first world situation. Give me one other place that lives in a first world situation like the US with 400 million people. I'll wait. Go ahead, look it up, and tell me what it is. I got enough windows open on my screens right now. I don't want to open any more. You can't find another country, and there are 200 of them. What do you mean it's not a first world nation? Of course it is. You can go to the US with nothing and come out with everything. You can't do that in the third world, and nobody ever talks about a second world. People can go to the US with nothing and come out with everything. It happens all the time. You know how many millionaires are in the US? And when I say millionaires, I'm not talking politicians. Average people. People younger than me. You know how many millionaires are in the US? The US is like the first world nation. There's a reason it's called the American dream. There is no British dream. There is no Canadian dream. There's no Brazilian dream. There's no Swedish dream. There's sweet dreams. That's a different thing. But that's the whole thing. The US is unique in the fact that you have 500 million people and everybody could be somebody in the US. Everybody in the US could be somebody, but unfortunately, there are people that make the wrong decisions in life. Like, for example, let's say out of 400 million people, let's say 250 million of those people are families, meaning that they have a husband, a wife, a father, a mother, a brother, a son, daughter, sister, whatever, okay? And let's say some people end up, doing some stuff that I wouldn't say unless I was covering my mouth so nobody could prove that I said it. And let's say some young ladies happen to be unalived in grotesque fashion. I promise you, out of 250 million people, 220 million people want those people gone. Just from that one event, where two individuals may have unalived. There's nothing you can do about it. It happens. If that didn't happen, if you weren't seeing news articles about illegal immigrants who were assaulting police officers, just willy-nilly, like, if that wasn't happening, what's happening now wouldn't be happening. But it's happening. You've got a lot of shady people. The bottom line is this: you have a whole lot of evil people that flooded the US in the last 3 years. There is a lot. Don't kid yourself. There is a lot. There are people from other parts of the world that flew to Mexico or South America just to go up into the border without having any ID. They exist in the US now. We actually just caught a bunch of people trying to come up through Canada. I think it was in the news yesterday. It's happening. You have a lot of bad apples. And I'm sorry, it's rough to hear, and it's not the only place that it's happening. But those bad apples are causing what's going on right now. Everything Trump is doing is because of bad apples. Now, people might think Trump is a bad apple. You need to do a serious deep dive on Trump. You need to see what he did the first 4 years he was in office. Most of you, and don't get up in arms, most of you see what's advertised on TV and what people give opinions about. But if you look at what he actually did on paper, there's quite a few things he did for you guys that's a win-win. But you guys don't hear about it. But I'm not here to tell you because I'm a Canadian. Well, what do I know? I'm just sitting in my room. I haven't even taken a step forward yet in the game. But I'm telling you, what's happening in your country now is because of all the bad apples that are there right now. South America opened prisons, let their inmates out, and told them that if they didn't go to the US, they'd be unalived. That's facts. That's out there. That's what they did. That's how they cleared out their population so they could bring more people in. Like it's crazy. Just taking a critique at how much poverty there is in the US. Dude, there's poverty everywhere. There's poverty everywhere. I can't go. I drive 20 minutes to work. I live in the east coast of Canada. Very limited population. I drive to work about a half hour. I see at least 14 individuals trying to get money, sitting on the curb, cardboard at the side of a building. Poverty's everywhere. Why are you ignoring the fact you just learned 15 minutes ago? Wait, learned 15 minutes ago about what? About that Trump thing? The Gaza thing? Or the Gulf of America thing. Hey, Rugged, what's happening? Hey, Atacan, what's going on, man? How was my stream yesterday? It was all right. It was all right. We were on the Paladin for a while. We're on the Paladin now. I'm going to try and work through a couple of the quests here. Yeah, Samo's been here before. He had asked me my opinion at the start of the stream on what I thought about the whole Trump situation. And I was going into a broad set of opinions on everything about him, but Samo was more or less just asking about the whole thing in the news about Trump wanting Canada to be the 51st state. That's how we get on this conversation. But my longtime viewers know that I talk about everything. I'm not going to get my panties in a twist. We're not going to have an argument. I'm too old for that nonsense. I don't care. You know, I don't speak anything unless it's something that I saw, read, educated. I don't blow smoke. Even though I'm a salesperson. I get it. But yeah, it's just, what's happening in the U.S. is happening in other places. We just don't hear about it. However, what's happening in the U.S. is because of bad apples, period. When you trace all the branches back to the trunk, it's bad apples. Whether it's immigrants, whether it's the general American populace who one up, you know, who maybe think on the shady side. You know, you got your good conscience, your bad conscience. There's a lot of general population that have their bad conscience talking to them, whether it's government workers, whether it's CEOs, whether it's bankers, whether it's technology, whatever. There's bad apples everywhere. But what's happening is because of bad apples. If you didn't have bad apples, you wouldn't have this issue. Same thing up here. If we didn't have bad apples, we wouldn't have this issue. In the US, a lot of people, unfortunately, make jokes and comments on social media about Seattle, California, and Portland because of the fentanyl situation, where you see everybody doing, what do they call it? The Fenty pose? Is that what they've called it? The Fenty something? Where all these people are all contorted and bent out of shit, and they're standing and swaying and not moving. It's like they don't know where they are. Go ahead and look up Vancouver in Canada. One city. Go ahead and look up Vancouver and fentanyl. You think what you see in your American news is bad? Go to Vancouver. Vancouver is Canada's Hollywood. Go to Vancouver, go to the internet, type in Vancouver fentanyl. Have fun. They had to put pop-up shops for the Narcan stuff. And for those who don't know, Narcan is the narcotics canceller that saves people's lives when they're overdosing on fentanyl and so on and so forth. Go ahead. Vancouver's not a pretty place, right? It's happening everywhere. It's happening everywhere. They just busted 57 people, I think, in Ontario for stealing like 1,500 vehicles, carjackings and whatnot. Just out of, like, this stuff is happening everywhere. It's bad apples. Why it's not important to look at the fact that the man is okay with just cleansing 2 million people. It's not that he's okay with cleansing. What it is, and this is what I said in the beginning, Trump is focused on the U.S. These people aren't threatening to be cleansed in the U.S. They're overseas. He's always said, he has always said, everybody deal with your stuff. The first time he went in office, remember when the first time he went in office, he was talking about how he wanted to pull U.S. out of NATO because they were giving all the money and the rest of NATO was giving nothing. And it was like the U.S. was looking after the rest of the world. He doesn't want to look after the rest of the world. He's washing his hands. I don't want to look after you. I got my own place to build up. That's why. That's why he's doing very little as far as Israel goes, and that's why I believe he would rather have Russia just take over Ukraine. Now, that's a whole other discussion. We don't need to get into that. I don't want you guys to get your panties in a twist. But Trump is washing his hands of everybody else that's not the U.S. Nobody else has done that. Biden didn't do that. Bush didn't do that. Clinton didn't do that. Reagan didn't do that. Nixon didn't do that. Bush Sr. didn't do that. All your presidents, they were all focused about being cool with the world. making deals in the world, being able to have money coming in just in case money stopped being generated in the US. They could make a phone call to 100 different countries and say, hey, remember that $1 billion we lent you over the last 15 years? We need that back. We need some of that back. We need something. Trump doesn't want to have to think about 100 other countries. He's only thinking about the US. And it's not that he's narrow-minded. He knows what he wants. All the other presidents don't know what they want. Obama, man, America went goo goo gaga over Obama when he was in office. He was awesome, the way he talked, the way he spoke. Ended up coming out in the news that he's like whacked the most amount of people while he was in office and all this other stuff that he had done because of how the government works, because of how Congress works. Trump just wants to focus on the U.S. Everything is about the U.S. That's why Trump has washed his hands with everybody else. That's all he wants. He wants to build the U.S. You can't blame him. It's the same thing. So, Germany was at its boiling point with population. And then 150,000 people all of a sudden showed up and said, hey, let us in. Should Germany have just let them in? Said, hey, what's going on? Welcome. Come on in. Make a life for yourself. They could have, but you know what would have happened? Germany would have been destroyed. Resources would have disappeared because they're not built to hold that many people. Right? So then Germany says, hey, we can't take 150,000, but we'll take 70,000 if these countries take blah, 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 blah. So then you work out how you're going to get people to all the different countries. And then those countries have to worry about how they're going to deal with the population growth, right? Because if not, you end up going from the amenities of the US to the amenities of India, which we talked about earlier. Population in India is wild. India can't sustain the population in a US-style fashion. It can't happen. There's too many people. There's 1.5 billion people over there. 1.5 billion. It's 3 times the American population. Imagine if the US had 1.5 billion people live. I mean, it might have 1.5 billion. I mean, we don't know. Everybody's not accounted. That's bad time for a joke. But if the U.S. had 1.5 billion people living in the U.S., the U.S. wouldn't be what it is today. It'd be a mess. It'd be a disaster. I shouldn't say disaster. It would be, what's the word I'm looking for? Devolved. Let's say devolved. The U.S. would be devolved if it had 1.5 billion people living in it. Please, viewers, don't hate me for the line of conversation. I get to talking about a lot of stuff on stream. I don't want you guys to, don't run away. Have bigger balls. Pull up your bootstraps. We'll get to the game in a minute. Don't get offended. Changes in major economic countries ripple across the rest of the world. Right, and Trump doesn't want to worry about the rest of the world. That's Trump's whole focus. Trump is America first. Make America great again. It's not make the world good or make the world okay. It's make America great again. He wants the U.S. to owe the least and have the most. Who wouldn't? If you were in power, if you were the president, you were the prime minister, you were the prince, you were the king, you were the queen, what would you want? What would you want? You can't say world peace. It's a crock of shit. You'll never have world peace. You'll never have world peace. You want to owe the least, and you want to have the most. That's what it comes down to. Whatever those numbers are, I don't know. But that's what he wants. He wants to owe the least, which is why he's canceling a bunch of stuff and calling back deals that were made. And he wants the most. He wants to force people to build up in the U.S. He wants the U.S. to be self-sustaining. It won't happen. It will never happen. You could give 100 years from now. It will never happen. Doesn't matter who goes into power. Love the conversation, honestly. Interesting to hear others' takes. Right on. America can't function on its own infrastructure. Yeah. That's what I was just saying. But I never said that they could. I'm saying Trump wants it to. Trump believes he can do it. What can you say to that? You say he can't, but you don't need to tell me. I don't talk to Trump. You need to tell Trump. And something tells me you're not going to be able to do that unless he tunes into the stream. But that's what he wants. I can't control what he wants and what he doesn't. But that's what he wants. Going to destroy relationships on the world stage. You don't know that, though. You got to give time. Every president, go pick a random president and see how many relationships they ruined worldwide. Go ahead. I'll wait. Go ahead. You guys have had how many presidents? 47? Well, technically 40 if some have done it more than once. Go see how many of those presidents didn't ruin international relations. Go ahead. I'll wait. They all do it. What you're saying now is what people said last year, is what people said 10 years ago, is what people said 30 years ago, is what people said 100 years ago. Have I ever traveled to Europe? I have not traveled to Europe. I had the opportunity to travel to Europe, and I've had people from Europe come and visit me, but I've never been. My life has been spent working. I didn't get too many vacations, so I didn't have time to go anywheres. Decisions were made. It would be the downfall. But you don't know that. You guys don't know that. He's doing things that no other president has done. So, imagine living your life knowing 2 plus 2 is 4. And then somebody comes along and goes, 1, 1, 1, 1. And you go, what is that? Well, that's 4. No, it isn't. 4 is 2 plus 2. Well, no, it isn't. It's 1, 1, 1, 1. It's the same thing. That's all that's happening. He's doing something different. Like, everybody has an opinion. Everybody can talk. Actions speak louder than words. They always have. We have to wait and see what happens. You have to wait and see what happens. You can get as happy or angry or disappointed or saddened, depressed, what have you. That's your prerogative. Nobody can tell you otherwise, right? But as far as the changes that the things that he's doing, none of us can say anything because we've never experienced it before. We have to let it happen. It's going to happen. People will have to deal with it. If it's a bad thing, if it turns out to be a worse situation for the states, somebody will come in behind him and start correcting stuff. But you can't just automatically think the world's going to blow up. The world's been around a long time. Countries have been around a long time. The U.S. has gone through depression. Countrywide depression. You guys have experienced a lot of stuff. Maybe you weren't around to experience that stuff. I don't know. But what he's doing, you have to let it play out. But as far as the 51st state thing goes, which is what the initial conversation was about, we will never be a 51st state. It won't happen. There were jokes 30 years ago when I was a kid that Atlantic Canada would become the 51st state. This is 30 years ago. Because whenever people in Canada talk about the East Coast, they always reference Ontario. If you take a look at a map of Canada, Ontario is east of Middle, but it's not east. East is the Atlantic provinces, Newfoundland, Prince Edward Island, New Brunswick, and Nova Scotia. The joke 30 years ago was that all 4 of those provinces were going to go to the States. We were going to become a state in the northeast corner. That never happened. Then there was talk of Canada, the US, and Mexico coming up with an international currency that would be valid and of equal value in all 3 territories or all 3 areas. That didn't happen. That won't happen. It just won't happen. But you guys have to let it play out. The American population made their decision. The American population made their decision. That's all you can say. We have a tough decision coming up next year, or this year in October. Canada goes to the election, and it's a whole other mess up here as well. Again, smaller population, but just as big risks. So we have our own crap storm coming in 10 months. 9 months. He is objectively a You can't say that, Samo. You can't say that. You have to look at what he's done. Remember, he's already had 4 years. He didn't sit around doing nothing. Arguably, he had a less volatile 4 years than Biden did. You can't deny that. You can't. He had a less volatile term than George Bush did. Not senior, George Bush. The main thing I can tell you is, I know where he's coming from as a business person. I know where he's coming from, because that's who I am. I know where he's coming. I'm not a politician. Which is funny, because I can get along with everybody, and I can... Yeah, well, you know what? I guess you could say I'm a politician. I'm just not a politician. But I'm a politician. Okay, now, we need to work on our quests. I haven't moved since the start of the stream. But no, there won't be a 51st state with Canada. Won't happen. It might happen after I'm gone. It might happen 100 years from now. Who knows? Somebody might fire one nuke and the whole thing's over. Or the asteroid that's in space right now might come and blow the planet all to pebbles. Did you guys see the NASA stream today? They actually did their first ever live Q&A stream on Twitch from the space station. It was pretty cool. I had it on. I can't watch it, but I can listen to it while I was at work. So I had it on today listening to it. It's pretty cool. They are concerned about that asteroid, though. Okay, so we need blackberries. We need rat tails. Oh, we just need one more box. Both of those. Okay. We need a fox. We need bandits. Burlap cloth we don't have yet, right? Carved sticks we have. Where are those at? Right here? Okay, let's put all our quest items in one bag. So we need rat tails, we have a bundle of sticks, we need a spool of rope. We have that. That's 2 of the items. We don't have the burlap cloth as of yet. But I think we can make the burlap cloth, right? With the jute? Whoops. Or is that strips of burlap cloth? I don't remember. Hang on. Was it scraps? I thought it was scraps. Scraps of burlap. Okay, so we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, Trump has never been racist. People, if Trump is racist, everybody is racist. Period. He's had so many, like, dude, if you knew his past, he's what, 70, was he 76? Is he? Mid 70s? high 70s. I don't remember how old he is. Dude, he's been a fan of all races. The only people that were sour with him were people that he had done business with. But sometimes you have to declare bankruptcy. I remember I used to work for this computer store 20 years ago. We were the best computer shop in the city. We used to have people that would drive 45 minutes to an hour just to see us, myself and my real life neighbor at the time. And we worked for these individuals, and unfortunately, this individual made a bad decision about opening a store in an area we told him not to. He still opened the store anyways, and he ended up, having to go bankrupt, foreclose. Lost the company. It has to happen. It happens. And it's like he said, it's like Trump said, man, like when he was running against Hillary Clinton and the whole tax thing came up, and he said, well, I use the same loopholes you do. He didn't make them. He didn't create the loopholes, but they're there. Of course he's going to use them. You would use them. Like, people think he's some shady snake. He's not. He's a business. You have to understand, a lot of the people that are millionaires right now in the U.S. use loopholes. Nancy Pelosi, the whole thing that came out during COVID or whatever with her and her insider trading and how she made all her money, and she makes like $20 a year, but for some reason she's worth $250 trillion. How does that happen? It's all loopholes. They know the loopholes. They write the rules. You're blaming an individual, but you need to blame the system. When they pass any law through Congress, this I know as a Canadian, when they pass any law through Congress, they don't just pass that one law. You'll see them in Congress, you'll see somebody hold up a giant stack of papers. There's like 426 things in there that also go in with that one main thing. So they put your focus on that one main thing, and they pass all 400 other things beneath it. And then what happens is, the next time, they go ahead and pass another 500 and some odd things. And 300 of those things piggyback off of the 400 and some odd that got approved the last time. That's how the government, that's how they're getting you. You can't blame Trump. You can't blame Obama. You can't blame Biden. You can't blame Nixon. You have to blame the system. It's the system. People just aren't legit. If people were legit and everything was run fairly, the world arguably would be in a friendlier place, but it wouldn't be in a better place. And that's a whole other conversation for economists and historians. And I'm neither of those. But you can't blame the individual. It's the system. The system put him there. The system allowed him to make his decisions. Same thing with Biden. Same thing with Obama. Same thing with Clinton. Same thing with Trudeau in Canada. Same thing with the other Trudeau in Canada. Everybody, any politician, it's the system. It's not the individual. It's never the individual. It's the system. George Washington, not his fault. The system. It's always the system. It's like the whole police argument when they talk about how all cops are bad and Black Lives Matter and blah, 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 cops are evil. Well, no, it's 1, 2, 3 maybe, but it's the system that put them there. It's the system that allowed them to put on the uniform. It's the system that allowed them to put their knee on the back of somebody's neck and unfortunately unalive them. It's the system. It's not the individual. Like, we go to school to get an education. It's not us that makes the decision. It's the education. It's the system. It's like you guys in the States right now are having an issue with the whole education system. Math, I think it came out, you guys are like 47th in the world or something for math, however that works out. Even English. People in North America have gotten rid of cursive, so people don't know how to write shit anymore. So now when someone sees something that's written, they have no idea what it says. That blows my mind. I can't, that just, that's a whole other thing. That blows my mind. Whoever's idea it was to get rid of cursive, man, it's the system, not the individual. Okay, so we have to go out and punch another recruit. Do we still have the gloves on us? We do, right there. Okay, we'll go punch a recruit to get that update so we can get that quest done. The initiates and the cultists. We could go up by the undead. That's probably going to be camped. We'll have to go up around and find those other cultists. Kill those for that update. So that we can do. Grizzled Greypaw, we can't do solo. Fire Beetle Charger, I don't think we're high enough yet. Oh, actually, we might be. I think those are level 10. Hornets, we still need 7. Ghost Viper, we can get. Bridge Repair, we'll do that last. We need roughly 20 blackberries, 22 blackberries. Okay, so Gatherer and Treasure Hunter. Thank you. We just got boofed. Alright, let's talk to Aldeus. That gave us our 14 mining pick. That guy wants Tassium. Need that. Wait a minute. Did I put the right one on? Yep. Okay, that quest is done. We'll put this jute back in the bank. Oh, pardon me. Well, sir. Okay, now... Treasure Hunter. And that's it, because the other one is across the map. Okay, no follow-up there. That's fine. Alright, what did I say? I said we needed blackberries, right? We need the cultists. Oh, we need the bandits. Let's go get the recruit. Actually, I guess we could put those on. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to the snow over the next 2 days. Alright, so we know there are cultists up there. But I think they're trickier. I think they're trickier to pull, right? I think so. Well, let's go see. Hang on, let me put that axe back on. Okay, this dude's camping the named. We're just gonna get the trash mobs we need. Mooncloth satchel. Interesting. We have a new bag. Actually, we'll just put it in the last spot. Presto. That's cool. 12 slot bag. Just in a box. They didn't loot it, so I looted it. I'll take it. That's a cool effect. I can't wait to start running the dungeon with this guy. Although, I wonder if those give aggro to everything around us. I wish you could mark your quests, have them come up here on the side like an EQ. Hopefully when they get a UI person back in, they put a quest log or quest journal thing here. I mean, if they leave it just in the book, I get it, but I don't like it. I like to have the quest journal. New update has fixed your FPS issue. It went to crap, but it seems great now. Oh yeah, the new graphic settings they added. For those who don't know, if you haven't played today, they initialized dynamic resolution. I highly recommend turning it on and seeing how your system handles. They also included anti-aliasing. So feel free to turn that on too, although I'm sure the game will automatically detect it. I like the graphic for the armor too. The fact that it shows the hide being sewn in, that's awesome. Although my hair seems to be clipping out the back of this hood. Excuse me. 2 more initiates and we'll be good. Interesting. Oh, there we go. I was like, that was weird. I hadn't moved and we weren't getting any XP towards climbing. I thought they'd gotten rid of that. Whoops. Where'd dude go? Oh, went down there for whatever reason. We need shaman buffs, man, to help with the endurance. I thought he pulled something. 3 a.m. What are you guys in chat up to this evening? You guys playing Pantheon as well? That's a good proc. Point 2 and then point 2. You must be getting ready for a spawn. Okay. Let's go work on the bandit quest. That skeleton and viper just aggroed that person, and that person just got splatted. We just got aggro, and I'm going to keep trying to run. And I guess I should probably run towards town. These guys are going to catch me. We're going to keep going. Please let me get there. Please let me get there. Please let me get there. Come on, Aldrich. There you go. That's what you're getting paid for. Wait, what are you con? You're dark blue. Thanks, guys. You two geniuses took my XP. Oh, dude. Where'd you guys even come from? Aren't you guys on the other side of the Brazil? Yeah, how did you guys act? Oh, dude. Oh, excuse me. Hey, Elemental, what do I think of the new level 33 group camp in... There's a 33 group camp in Silent Plains? They must have put it in just for me, did they? Because they knew I was at 32? I didn't even know it existed. Is that where the bloodlusts are? The spellbounds? The wild bloods, that's it. I did not know it was a level 33 group camp. I figured it was just more single targets. Okay, we gotta punch one of these guys. We'll punch this guy. Ooh, that's augmentation. Cool. That quest is done. Alright, what's next? What did that give our hand-to-hand? 26, 27, close enough. Okay, so that's done, that's done. Grizzlepaw, not at the moment. Charger, not at the moment. Hornets, we could do that. Weapons are already leveled, right? Yeah. You know what? Let's stick with the hand-to-hand. Let's get the hand-to-hand level 27. Where do I find bees? They're not up here, right? Do we need apples? I don't know if we need apples. I don't think we do. I think we just need blackberries, right? You're gonna go scout it now? You're sure it's a level 33 group camp? I didn't have any patch notes. Did somebody else go out there? Some are even to level 34? It was just put in today. There's a hornet right there. Come here, you. Oh, that lasts... Oh. I didn't know that was a buff. You need a drone charger fire beetle? I do. I need a fire beetle charger. They're up by the manor, I believe, right? One by the bandit camp? Wait, the camp I just came from? The Chargers, I believe. So that happened. This was not the hole. I fell through the world and died. In the Goblin Caves. Okay. Well. That's not cool. That was not cool at all. Thanks, game. I've never seen that. Oh man, I wouldn't want you to go out of your way, man. I can try and see if I can track down a summoner. What level do summoners and necromancers get summoned corpse? Anybody know? Level 12. Oh, what a nuisance. How do I find a hole in the map? Like, we clearly clipped through the world. Oh, there's hornets right here. I didn't know that. Oh no. Can I not get out? Are you serious right now? Okay. Well, we got that back. Actually, since we're here... These are gray. Gray won't count towards quest updates, will they? Did that go from 4 to 5, or did that not count? I wasn't looking. Oh, it does count. Perfect. It's 7. It's 8. Oh, it's done. Perfect. Okay, that's 3 done. That's at night, that's during the day. That's blackberries, that's bandits, that's carpentry, that's rat tails. We need blackberries now. Any blackberries around here? No. Wait a minute, why am I don't need to kill these guys now. Get over it and jump? Actually, since we're here... Provisioner, Weapon Master, and the Priest. Walk into a bar. Ah. Well, Since you're here, worn longsword, rusted spear, weathered club. Could die again. Okay, let's see if we can get over to the brazier. I don't think we can. Ooh. Stinger season. Yellowback hornets. Okay. That's a new quest. Or at least I've never seen that NPC before. Let's see if Samuel has a quest finally. Nope. See? Pays to hail everybody. Eight hornets. One. Two. Three. Four. Five. Six. Seven. Eight, and done. Perfect. Hey, Andracius. Oh, I tried to get a hold of Ziff, but I think he's offline. I'm still on Lucent Tree. Same server. Yeah, I'm not changing servers. That won't happen. Where was I? There's where I was going. That's good to know that there's another quest there that we didn't know existed. I mean, it's not really worth anything, but it's another quest done. Oh, no follow-up? No faction hit either. Oh, that's dumb. That's boo. I did that for 150 XP? Okay, what's left? Oh, we gotta go talk to Lyran. They're on the other side of the map, I think. Oh, Ziff log back on. They weren't here when I sent them to tell. Aganoct and Wyvern Sunday at 7 Eastern. You're positive? I know you tried that the other week. I'll be there, barring the weather. I should be there. We're expecting a pretty powerful storm over the next 2 days, so if I have power, I'll be there. I'm hoping the storm just moves right past us, which I think is what's going to happen. But everybody else is saying it's not going to happen, and we're going to get buried in snow, which is a problem. Because it's going to be the kind of snow that leads to a flash freeze, which will take out power. You know what's funny? Well, it's not really funny. We started playing this guy, and I got this guy up to where he is now, level 8, and I completely forgot I had rolled a dwarf that I wanted to be a dwarven paladin, and I already leveled him up to 4, and I didn't notice it until I got to the character screen tonight, and I saw him, and I was like, ah, nuts. Since I already chose the human, we'll just keep leveling the human. Now, I think Lyran is all the way up the other side of the map here. Lieutenant Lyran Hornbell, Servant's Bridge. It's a fair ways from town on the other side of the city gates. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's up here. Or he's up there. Or up there, I mean. I break for Maple. Is that my license plate? Oh. Elemental was telling me that I guess there's a low level 30s group camp in Silent Plains with the Wild Bloods. That's interesting. I'm reading my guild chat and they're talking about -5 degrees. I'm like, -5? That's rookie numbers. Excuse me. Must be a monk only. Maybe NPC? No, I think Lyron's up here. They might be the same NPC that gives the bandit quest. Yeah, it is. Same NPC. Stay clear of the roughs by Servant's Bridge. Commander Goldsail won't let me unleash the regulars without establishing a credible threat. Modest budget. Hunt down a few bandits. Insignias. Proper footwear. Proper boots. 3 pairs of boots. Okay. $11 a.m. Well, sir, all the apple trees. These are the spider caves. We don't want to go in here yet. These guys will eat us for breakfast. Okay, let's check these bandits out up here. I think these were light blue to us. I don't want Caspol right. Uh-oh. This is interesting. Hey, Yukator, what's happening? How goes the Paladin? The Paladin is going. We're just trying to knock out as many quests as possible before we get stuck. How are you? What's going on? How's your Wednesday? These guys drop insignias? Wait a minute, how'd they oh, they looted an empty box. You buggers. Cheapos. You hit 14 on the Dialorn? Lost Orcs. You should go up to the manor. Start collecting the armor up there. Are you at the camp where the schematics are that need to be looted? I have no idea. I'm at the camp just down from the manor. I was trying to get them to drop insignias so I could get this bridge quest done. They're not dropping insignias, though. I see Paladin's going to have the same struggle with readiness. That's interesting. I didn't think it would play out the same, but it looks like it's going to play out the exact same as the warrior. This is not the camp. Haven't hit Manor? Maybe you try for a group there. Pretty much all solo for you so far. Oh, the Manor won't be solo. Manor is all group content, and that'll take you to 17 easily. Trappers? Oh, that's okay. That's back more towards town. These are the elite guys, so it's not going to be these ones. I think these dogs are all... Oh no, these dogs aren't grouped. These guys are grouped though, right? Yeah, those are elite. Uh-oh, what aggroed me? The wolf. Oh, friggin' blurred vision? Really? I'm like, why are we not hitting? Blurred vision is the exact same thing as that stupid screech ability on the bats. Look, see? See? We've missed like 90% of our hits and I can't even get a heal off because of it. And it's applied again. It just wore off and it's applied again. Dumbest ability in the game. I said that all through seasons. I'm going to stick with it. Dumbest ability in the game. As far as recast. That's up almost indefinitely on those wolves. That burglar's elite too. There, we're out of combat. I told you guys. I was telling you guys with those bats that this is like the 7th or 8th time I've said this. Every time. The bats with their sonic screech, and then people are like, oh, it's not that bad. Welcome to the wolves and their blurred friggin' vision, which is the exact same ability as the screech. It just lasts longer. You're just over the hill. What hill? To that thug village? Watch out for the burglar. Watch out for the burglar. Would you say you saw trappers? Oh, right here. Aren't these heroic? Oh, they're not heroic. Well, at least Perry's up there. I didn't realize this guy was yellow. Arrow, no insignia. Boo. This guy's even con. Oh, the game just wants to be mean. Let's see how it is. Ah, you had a successful feigned death. Ba 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 ba. They did not work out for us. But that's okay, because we'll go to this bandit camp over here. I think. We gotta be careful because that recruiter is a named. Or not necessarily a named, but a group mob nonetheless. Let's go down here. You have a single? A single... Oh, a single insignia? Uh-oh. There we go. Encumbered? One pair of sleeves made me encumbered? Boo. Uh-oh. Bum, bum, ba, da, bum, ba. Just missing one. Is it a long run to get over to you? I could do that. Not a long run? Okay, I'll switch over. Oh, don't say just SP. You don't know me very well. I get lost very easily. Nothing else here. Okay, let's go back to town. We'll switch over. You're south of HC bind. Where's my bind? My bind is either Demeth or HC. I can't remember. What is with the yellow? Where am I? Why is stuff yellow? Demeth. Huh. I don't know why my screen's yellow. Same for you too? Okay, I guess it's normal. So I'm at Demeth. And I'm at the Bindstone. And inventory is in check. If I go where's my... Do I type /... There's no way for me to figure out where my Bindstone is there. No, there isn't. I'm going the long way, aren't I? Yeah, I am. Actually, no, I'm not. We go along the south field, out towards Silent Plains. This fog? What time of day is it? 6 p.m. Must be fog. Interesting. It's obstructing Nameplates. I should see these nameplates from this distance. Did I run the wrong way? No, I didn't run far enough. It's over here. Well, if Lendel's here, we'll have Lendel tank. And that way I don't have to worry about it. That looks cool. Hey, Paper, what's going on? What are you doing, man? There's Lendel. Why are they not showing in zone? It's that group bug. They put in some new content. They've got a level 33 or level 32 Wild Bloods camp, or Spell Blood, or what are they called? Wild Bloods, that's it. We're gonna go check it out. I think they said it was 30, 33, 34. Roasting potatoes and watching. Gotcha. Right on. Roast me some potatoes too, will you? Dude, that reminds me, man, I could go for some taters right now. You're making me hungry. I sound like an orc. Oh, right. They populated this whole valley, right? Yeah. There's orcs and stuff. Timberwolf. That's new. I haven't seen a Timberwolf before. Have you tried this new camp yet? No, I haven't. That's where we're going now. The patch just came out today. Why is stuff showing up for a second and then disappearing and I can't target it? What is happening? I'm just running past orcs, right? Yeah, I'm just running past orcs. Didn't see any content. Well, Elemental sent me a text asking if I was interested in checking it out. I didn't know we were getting it either, but we got it. I'll let you know in a minute. Hang out for a few minutes and we'll see it together. I wonder why they didn't put any perception triggers over by Night Slayer Knoll, or what are they called? Is it Night Slayers? Night something Knoll? Night Watch? No. Shoot, I forget what they're called. I'm gonna make a bit of noise now. I apologize in advance. I'm trying some kind of new Dorito called Spicy Garlic. It's okay. It's not great, but it's okay. Man, such a long run. There we go. Why's everybody behind me? Oh. Clearly, he's not at them. Oh, yes, he is at one of them. All right, then. There's the town. Must be up there. Around the rocks? I don't see anybody. Oh, hang on now. So it doesn't look to be so much of a camp as it is just an area that's populated. Unless we haven't found the camp yet. Okay. Nice little nuisance of a knockback. Heals? My corpse got bounced. Hey man, what's going on? Oh, I know. I just died to them. The healer was getting silenced. One of the mob's silences. So the Necro has a channeled mez. Do summoners not have any sort of CC? They just have root, right? If I remember. I might have to put the shield on. Oh, the Earth Pet that can root. Oh, right, but the Earth Pet drops your DPS. No, I died, Paper. We had two mobs come in, and one of them put off a silence a couple of times. And, I couldn't get a heal. So I ended up dying. I think the rest of the group is still alive. I think they're fighting currently. Silences are rough? Yeah, for sure. We'll be going after the spider again on Sunday. So, for those who might not have caught it the last time. We have the world first early access kill from last week, or Saturday. Yeah, I think I'm going back to the shield. Yeah, I'm not sure myself. Raiding on Enchanter is anti-fun? What makes you say that? You can't DPS on a chanter? Is there another group here? Oh, there is. Yeah, this guy's yellow con, so this guy's 34. Ooh, a druid. That druid facing the rock? Why are you not investigating? There you go. There you go, there you go. I saw you move. No, you're not going far enough. Druid is orange. Druid's yellow. Earthshaker's blue. Druid's gonna have the bigger circle. Come over here, dude. There you go, there you go, there you go. Give me another long walk. Give me another one. Ooh, gotta watch that big guy there in the background. No bueno. Wait a minute, what'd you do? Yeah, get over here. There's a short walk. Give me a long walk. Give me another long walk. Why would you tag? Please tell me you didn't get the Earthshaker. We have new abilities. They put druid abilities on these guys. Maybe that means we're getting the druid next week. I mean, these are the first druid type mobs in the game. At least using heaving earth. One of them even said unknown ability. Why is the sky getting yellow? You're even con, you're blue. You're gonna have wider angle. Investigate, there you go. Give me a long walk. Now, give me another long walk. Not long enough. I can't hit that one because he's gonna start oh, shoot. Oh, hang on. Got another one. Nice pull, Krushnek. NPCs get druids before players. For sure, right? It's a tease. It's a tease. It's a haha to all the people who kept pestering them for druid. There was. It's in the notes. They also added dynamic resolution to your settings, so if you go into settings under graphics, you'll see a few extra options in the middle. They turned on the anti-aliasing stuff. raid you were in. I told channel your mana into another class and interrupt one skill. Oh, gotcha. I mean, we gotta play our part, man. If it kills the target. I wanted to tank it and I couldn't tank it. That sucks. I mean, it was better for the higher level to tank it anyways. Well, see, unknown ability. Whatever it is has a stun. That was a big kick. That was bigger. That was bigger than Stomp, I think. There's Divine. We got 2 coming. Yep, we got 2. You still mad at me? Didn't the Dire Lord just apply all his threat stuff? What's happening? How's she mad at me? I didn't even hit her. I mean, okay, sure. I'll reverse kite. Not entirely sure what's happening here. Man, look, I mean, Lendl's applied his threat. I don't know why she's still after me. I didn't even hit her. She's the ad that added from taunt. Like, I didn't taunt her. I taunted the other one. Oh, gotcha. Why do I have aggro? I was gonna say, I haven't thrown a single taunt or nothing. Oh yeah, this guy's light orange to me. These mobs go up to 35 then. Well, this is a nice breaker between here and the swamp. Well, that was 35, so you could at least get here, stay here till 36. That'd be a nice buffer before you get over to the bog. $35 plus. Nice. Got the Earthshaker by itself, I think. Beautiful. We seem to be okay now. Let me go back to dual wielding. Gotta watch that big guy. The way I have mine set up, I got all my sliders maxed out. I said frigate, I did them all. I got dynamic resolution checked. I have FSR2 unchecked. My anti-aliasing is FXAA. I have ambient occlusion on. Disable sky off. Detail meshes enabled is on. VSync is at 2. And full screen. And that's it. That's the best I can possibly get it. I mean, it looks really nice. And they seem to have done something with the so shadows was causing a lot of ruckus, but it seems like they fixed it because I've had all my settings maxed and the shadow here at this rock hasn't flickered once the whole time I've been here. So whatever they did, I think they fixed their shadow issue. Yeah. And I see the shadows down there by that other rock formation. Those are all solid too. No flickering. So whatever was the problem, they fixed it, it looks like. Good for them. The game looks stellar. Yeah, the yellow sky during dusk or something I think is throwing me off. I don't know what's going on there. I've gotten it in Throne Pass and I've gotten it in AVP, so it's definitely part of the lighting system, but I don't know exactly what it is. But that looks really good. Like you can see the light shining off the armor. I mean, if you want to pull, by all means. I don't mind. You know what happened when the cat got curious, right? Knockback is a bit much. Knockback is crazy. Knockback is crazy. Anytime I see a spawn of one, I'm going to go ahead and tag it immediately, just so we don't get doubled up. Graphics look great now? Yes, the game looks fantastic now. Fantastic. And we have clip plane all the way up, so we can see all the way up, like, dude, it's insane. The game looks really good. And everything is crystal here. The armor, the robes no longer look like ugly burlap looking nonsense. All the shadows are awesome. You can see the bow there. Yeah, the game is looking really good now. No flicker up there at all. All those rocks are generating shadows. See the shadow right there? In that rock? It's not flickering. Nothing. That's not flickering. That's not flickering. Yeah, fantastic. Well, the city even looks clear. Good job. Good job, VR. Fantastic. Excuse me. Hey, Corpse, what's happening? How you doing? How's your Wednesday? Dude, we were just talking about the graphics updates they implemented with the patch today. The game is looking fantastic. The shadows thing is fixed. All the shadows are flawless. No flickering, no glitching, no nothing. Everything looks crisper. I am loving it. Absolutely loving it. Even your low-level chain looks nice. Fantastic. The leather that my paladin is wearing looks pretty good because you can actually see that it looks like pelts sewn on, which is pretty awesome. Every time I hear that horn, or that bassoon, that woodwind instrument that's playing right now, I keep thinking of Valheim. There's music in Valheim that sounds so similar. Like this song that's playing right now would be perfect in Valheim. Somebody playing Final Fantasy? That was a chocobo sound I just heard. Or Moogle, that's it. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, Moogle. I was like, that's definitely Final Fantasy of some sort. The snare is a nuisance. I didn't know there was a measles outbreak in Texas. Is it significant, or is it a mountain out of a molehill? I was gonna say, why we haven't had the measles around here, I don't think, in decades. Well, I hope it magically disappears ASAP. Look how many people are in SP now. How many people are in SP now? Who? Oh yeah, look at that. Everybody's grouped. Except for Peasant. Everybody else is grouped. Everybody's on their way here. 28, 33, 32, 35, 28, 31, 34, 28, yeah, everybody's on their way here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, are you investigating? You're investigating. Ah, this is gonna suck. Am I gonna be able to tag that druid before the howler resets? I don't know. It's a bad idea. It's a bad idea. Might have two here, so be ready. Druid and a howler. My target will be a druid. That was an appropriate haste. I taunted by accident. Go ahead and get it back. Oh, I forgot it was orange. Yeah, okay. I'll take it. Oh, you got it. I'm good. Don't know why they just don't map this in Unreal 5. We just pulled that side, right? Let me know if anything spawns on your guys' side by that big rock. Dude. No, come on. I got two. My target's iron-willed. I did not pull aggro with an arrow. Pulled aggro with an arrow. Don't be up here after our stuff. What level are those wild bloods now? 32 plus. What is the weapon in my offhand? This is the rune-carved hammer. I got it out of a chest. 10 damage, 1 con, 2 wisdom, 2.6 delay. I'm using it as my offhand because it has the same delay as my spear. And it's the only other weapon I have with the same delay. So that way I know dual wield's gonna proc at the same time. I love the appearance of the summoner pets. Yeah, they look fantastic. The cold effect on the ice one is pretty cool. I don't have to be right up close to see it. I can see it from a distance. I used to have to get pretty close to it. Dude, the city looks so clear from this distance. That's fantastic. Are they good XP now? Yes. Yes, they are fantastic XP. The group in general's been talking about it, and we're all different levels, anywhere from 28 to 32. Lock is... Whoa, that was a weird bit of lag for typing that. 368 by negative 1020. There is a padded wolf hide skull cap, 11 AC, 1 strength, 1 agility, warrior, rogue, paladin, dire lord, ranger, and bard. I mean, it's interesting. 11 AC for a leather helm on level 32 mobs. Kind of interesting considering I have 18 on my helm and it... Oh, okay. Gotcha. It's 11 AC with 1 strength, 1 agility. I would say it's definitely new gear. I believe it's probably designed around the Wild Bloods themselves, hence the padded prefix. I don't think anything else in the game has been padded. I would have thought strength agility would be monk, but monk can't wear leather, right? Or can they? Oh, that's weird. I would have thought agility for avoidance. I mean, isn't the manor armor AC 11? That's level 17. You guys saw that player? I saw that player. Oh, it's healthy as shit here. It's fantastic. We don't need to worry about dogs spawning over in the bog and taking up elite spawns. I would say 11's roughly it. I think I've gotten about that myself. And that was with the death. So I'm down, what, 2.5%? The rune carved hammer. 10 damage, 2.6 delay. I'm using it because it's the only weapon I have that pairs the same delay as the spear. It's a priest hammer. It has 1 con, 2 wisdom. But again... Yeah. Dual wield. I'm assuming attack speed match matters. Oh, really? Oh, okay. I guess delay is not an issue with dual wield. Oh yeah. Delay was vitally important in EQ. Vitally important was delay. If you had 2 different delays on your weapon, especially if you were like a rogue, a ranger, some sort of DPS class, it would delay the next use of your attack. They did the same thing in EQ2 as well. They say weapons are swinging independently. So... that's interesting. So if I put a slower weapon in my offhand, I'm still going to swing at my fastest speed? So wouldn't that delay... so it would be better to have the same delay then? Because you're guaranteed to have both weapons swing at the same time. More damage? But with... okay, so what happens if they're both the same speed then? It's 1 and then 1 immediately after? So if you want to time your abilities... right, so if you want to time your abilities to go in between your swings, is it better to swing both weapons at the same time? Or have one swing second later? Well, I guess I'm overthinking. It sounds weird. If you have a... You wouldn't notice a gap. You're using a two-handed staff. Okay, I guess I'm thinking too much into this. I thought the delays had to match for best damage, but they're telling me it doesn't. I guess it doesn't. I'm going to stick with my line of thinking. My line of thinking, I think, is right. I'm doing my line of thinking. It still doesn't make sense to me. If you have a 2-second weapon in your main hand and a 4-second weapon in your offhand, you would swing 2, then you would swing another main, and then your offhand would go off based on the time, right? Because if they're independent timers, one would follow the other. If you want to do the most amount of damage with the highest chance to do a crit or large numbers, you would want both of your weapons to hit roughly around the same time. Because then you could go swing, swing, and then say 2 abilities, and then swing, swing. Whereas you could go swing, ability, swing, ability. Like, which one would be better based on what skills you would hit? There definitely is a delay, because I've seen my attack go, and I've seen my ability get delayed. I don't know. I might have to do some homework on this. I mean, why would they put delays on weapons to begin with? But again, maybe I'm thinking it's more advanced than it is. I just think it makes sense. If you put different delays on weapons and you're dual wielding, having as close to the same delay would be your best option for damage. Yeah. Am I wrong to think that? How do you guys in chat think dual wield is done? Just any 2 weapons and go at it makes no difference? Ooh, Frost Slash for 45? Yes, please. The yellow must be the effect from the rain. Must be the rain. Haven't noticed the difference with same speed or different? Hmm. Unknown ability, 6890, got me. Frost Slash for 35, non-crit. 37, non-crit. I don't know what a Spirit Raider is, but a Spirit Raider just spawned. I don't think it's a named, but... Hey. It's going. It's nice to be getting some solid experience without having to worry about non-elite dogs spawning in elite spots. Yeah. They start at 32, it looks like, or 31, and they go up as high as 35. Yeah, we're only getting 5 to 7 silver split. Any faction with these guys? Yes, the Wild Bloods. Just the one. I think Teddy's pulling for us. Yeah. Just past them. Elementals are still there. Be right back. Okay, stream. I need to take a quick AFK. I'll be right back. Get up and stretch. Grab a drink of water or drink of something. Stay hydrated. Can't believe I knocked that over. My bad. Okay, I'm back stream. Sorry. I made a mess of something and had to clean it up. Dell went LD again. Yeah, it's a good spot. I mean, did you really have to set up 30 feet away? Our monk keeps LDing. That's twice now. I don't know why, but that's twice now. I wonder if this is the only area that has these guys. This is not a good spot for like 3 groups. We have a group down there. We have a group over here. We have us. And there's a delay with the spawns here by the rock. That's the same shield that's dropped at the fort. Sure. Do you have something on you now? I would say so. Probably 40. I saw them first in Halnir's. Yeah, it was oregano, thyme, pepper, paprika. There might be. I saw 7 or 8 of them in Halnir's back when I was going through my early 20s. The sun looks really good. I would say so. Probably where he is now. I take a pause every now and then to make sure I hit them again with an arrow. I have no idea. I'm just trained. Well, now that we know this camp is here, we might have to be on Krushnek for the next few days. at this guy. He's orange. Oh, there's two here. Nice. Hey, fine, what's happening? Or is it Phineas? Might be Phineas. Gear looks badass? Yes, it does. I really like the game is looking sharp now. This is full plate on an ogre. The helm is unique graphic. There's a couple of graphics for the helm, but this is what plate looks like on an ogre. Phineas, gotcha. You're not related to a Billy, are you? Just kidding. I like how the healer went AFK and then sat over on the wall as if we were going to keep pulling. I ain't pulling without a healer. I don't know about you guys, but I'll be off to the side too. Oh, that's funny. Gotta check spawns. Oh, we go. I would say. Out. Yeah, that's some PTSD. I love how the hands close around the actual weapon. Like it doesn't clip through the wrist or anything. It's cool. I love this look. I love the horns. Is grinding gear the way to go or working through crafting? Both. Now, here's the thing. Nobody has fully flushed out the crafting right now. What I mean by that is there are no armor smiths or weaponsmiths who have made everything. On the armor smith side, I believe there's like a dozen different armor sets to be made with different stats, different combinations. So without knowing, it's best to work in both. You're never guaranteed to get gear from a drop, but you are guaranteed to get crafted if you have the material. The problem is you can't just send a tell to an armor smith and say, hey, can you make anything with strength and stamina? Because they're going to look at you and go, I don't know, maybe? Someone's going to have to write all that information down. And then figure out what set of armor is strength stamina, what slots are what. And that way you can actually figure out what you're going for. Strength and con, stamina and strength. Strength, con, and a bit of wisdom. Right now with shaman buffs, we're doing alright on stats. 38 strength, 26 stamina. Con's low at 12. Dex is unusually high at 16. think I'm just gonna have to camp out here when everything's said and done. So don't have to worry about running back here. Oh no. Why not? Gotcha. Wisdom is low on cleric, running out of mana. That will change. That will change as you come across gear. What did you take for your trade skills as a cleric? Is that still happening? Do you not see me with my helmet on? Yeah. No way, really? What a weird ass bug. What a strange bug to have. Just the helmet and the bracers. Nothing else. Ooh, 2 Earthshakers. That's not good. I know, he's sexy, right? Very tanky. So, for those who don't know, in Pantheon, there's a graphical bug where for some reason your helmet and your bracers won't render when you load in. So you'll see it on your character, but if anybody else is looking at your character, they won't see the helmet and they won't see your bracers until you unequip them and put them back on again. It's the weirdest bug ever, but it's been in the game for a very long time. Don't get it why it's still persist. Dude, I don't either. They've done so much work on graphics and rendering and character animation, but for some reason they still haven't fixed the helmet bracer glitch. Oh, it was the dude from up top. My bad. I need the Earthshaker. Yep. Okay, stream. It's after 1. That's gonna be it for me. I have to get to bed because I have work tomorrow. I also may have to deal with a doozy of a storm. We'll see what's going on tomorrow. We should be live around the usual time. I thought I was going to be playing the Paladin, but with this camp now, we might just log back over to Krushnek and try and get a level or two, I would say. Anyhow, as always, hope you guys enjoyed your time here. You guys have yourselves a good evening or a good day wherever you are. Hope to see you in the next stream. Take care.